Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican for East Service Latino. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Literally not true.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I've got a little correction. You know how the newspaper prints the corrections first? I've got one of those because I made a mistake. I told you that this weekend I'm going to be on with Valhalla Awaits. I'm not. That's next weekend. It's next weekend. Sorry. But because my camera's all messed up. Where's that? Okay. Can't even see where I'm at. There I'm at. Okay. Hey, how's it going? Hey, I have my Legos, as you can see. I've got 2 to choose from. We have the off-road police car chase. Off-road police car chase. 467 pieces, designed for ages 6 and up. And then we have the Police Mobile Crime Lab truck. 674 pieces, designed for children ages 7 and up. I think you know which one I'm going to do, because they both arrived in time. I think my son gets that one, and I get this one. So he's all smiles. Good, because I do expect... What's that? You are young. Hump day. My kid's saying, hump day.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. It's my perfect pitch, right? No, okay, it's not. You give me the Legos back. Revotes. All right. Can you put that down next to the mother box? All right. Welcome. It is hump day. We made it halfway through the work week. It is Wednesday. And on Wednesday, oops, that's not it. We have a brand new winner in chat. Brandon Call, first in chat, who had time to say first, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. If you think you can't win this, we got 6 punctuation marks in the first comment of the day today. So I'm just saying, there's time for you to just mash the keyboard and hit enter. So good job. Welcome. Happy hump day. Please do the Crime Lab truck. It's got more pieces, and it's for older. I'm not sure I can do the small one. You guys saw how I did the first time around. It was terrible. I'm gonna finish this time. I need to increase my odds. Brandon Call, welcome. You were first in chat. What you don't know, Brandon, or what you may not have known, is that being first in chat is not necessarily an enviable position. Although many people try to get it, once you get it, you realize that it's not maybe what you expected, because we punish the first person in chat every day. Yeah, I realize you're here to celebrate, but we're punishing you. We're sentencing you to internet ownership. You're so eager to get on the internet and tell everybody that you're here, that clearly you've got plenty of time on your hands. You could probably fix everybody's problems, and so we're sentencing you to do just that. Everything IP-related worldwide is now on your shoulders. We'll just forward all those calls to you. Please take care of everything for all of us, and we won't complain very much. Congratulations, though, Brandon Call. Help yourself. Go over to our YouTube page on the merchandise or the shopping tab. I forget what it's called. If you scroll around long enough, you might be able to find a internet ownership certificate, which you are now entitled to pay for the low fine of 50 cents. And then you can download the pre-signed copy by myself and my boss, Mrs. R.A. All you have to do is fill in the blank with your name, and then you will once and for all have an internet ownership certificate proving that you, in fact, did own the internet on this date. And it's suitable for framing, hanging in your office, or use as a cover sheet on your CV. So good work there. I say that in advance, knowing that you're going to do a great job. The dash in between with Matt Bond. Hello, you spiffy legal mumble-jumble talking people. Matt, it's good to have you here. Glad to see you're up and around and doing great. Welcome, my friend. All right, let's see. We've got a few things to do. We have to do birthdays. We have to do birthdays, and before we go much further than that, we also have. Does the off-road police chase include a school bus? Oh, I looked for that one. They don't have it yet. This is a brand new set. Like the police chase off-road edition is new this year. So I'm pretty excited about that. But the crime lab, my son will probably have.
You look good.
Thank you. My son's probably going to have that built by this afternoon. I kid you not. He'll be done. He'll be like, yeah, I didn't need the instructions. It was pretty self-explanatory from just looking once at the cover, and then I just built it from memory. That's how he goes. That's how he rolls. But we'll have the crime lab. It should be about the same size as the garbage truck, which he also built while I failed to do mine. I see you all voted for crime lab, and who said I warned you? I warned you all. It's hump day. I warned you. Thanks, Cachette. All right, that was a good morning Vietnam moment. It was. We do that every Wednesday, and sometimes twice. Depends what happens. Last time I did it twice on a Wednesday, I think it was when I was at a hotel and there was a fire drill, and I was mid hump day yell, and the internet cut out, so I had to do it again. Please do the crime lab truck. The crime lab truck will be done probably today, but we'll do the other one on a week from Saturday. All right. Quick thing. Well, we wait for birthdays, which I think there might be some. Let's see. I think there may be birthdays. I'm scrolling. I'm trying to catch up. Are there birthdays? Hang on one second. Miss Dory has a secret to tell me. You want me to turn the mic up or off? Off? Okay. Hang on. Hold, please. Love being a parent. All right. We'll see if there are any birthdays. If there are no birthdays, we're going to skip it, which we haven't had to skip in quite a while. It's been a fair bit since we haven't had birthdays. Cachette says, I'm not in charge of birthdays. I don't have the list. Is anyone else here? Amber handling some behind the scenes stuff. She's on standby. So we'll hold for birthdays for a little bit. Let me first give my apology. What is it? Is that a mea culpa? Is that the apology? Sorry, I feel bad. I told you that. Oh, there it is. Birthdays came in. Jinx 644. Jinx, we're going to sing to you in just a second. Hold tight. Valhalla Awaits is going to be a week from Saturday. It will be on my channel and on his channel. We're going to dual stream that one so you can watch it wherever you prefer. Tonight we'll be with Courtroom Confidential. Josh Ritter and I are going to be talking about this case, the Karen Reed case, that we're going to be watching here in just a moment when they kick off this morning. Day 2 today. Day 1 was spicy. It started off with a bang. I'm looking forward to more of that. And then, what was the other thing? Friday. Let me tell you this. I was talking with Kurt from Uncivil Law. Friday is a unique day in this trial, mostly because there's some motions. The judge scheduled a motions hearing, or the judge scheduled some sort of. The judge scheduled a hearing involving a witness and the defense. I'm not sure if prosecution isn't even needed there. I think it's pretty much just the judge, defense, and ARCA, and it's an interesting legal position, an interesting legal analysis that requires possibly a legal mindset of the caliber of Kurt from Uncivil Law. So what's going to happen on Friday is we're probably either I don't know. I think we're going to either portal to Kurt for explanation once it's over, or we might try to do something jointly that way. But maybe I'll join him for a little bit so we can ask some questions as we talk about what happened, because it's a weird occurrence and it has a big impact on the Karen Read case. What ARCA is allowed to bring in is going to be huge for defense, especially what they're not allowed to bring in if the judge makes that decision. And then the reasoning behind the decision and everything else, we'll see. Anyway, it is mea culpa, mi maxima culpa. Yeah, okay, Stephanie, my Italian. The only thing I can say in Italian is, it's a me, Mario. All right, let's go ahead and celebrate birthdays. John Cena, Prince Louis as well. Well, they're not here, so unfortunately, we only get to sing to Jinx 644. That's Kimmy's son. Nice. Here we go. Everyone, quickly, if you can join with me wherever you are, stand up, take a deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're ready. We're gonna sing happy birthday to Jinx 644. It's Kimmy's son, so let's sing your best. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jinx 644. Happy birthday to you. Jinx, it's your birthday. It's your birthday. Hey, that is awesome. Jinx, we're super excited for you. Happy birthday to you. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people that you probably wanted to celebrate with, at least a few friends. But no, your mom has you sitting down here watching horror with us. So the privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours to be in your presence on this, your special day. We'd like you to make your day a little special. Begin by having your mom make you free pancakes. Or you can go to Denny's, IHOP, Waffle House, McDonald's, Village Inn, Tammy Dunlap's house, Bob Evans, or Andy's Grill, and get a free stack of flapjacks. And if they won't give them to you free, just call me. We'll take care of it for you. So, happy birthday. Enjoy it. The dancers are for you, by the way, Jinx. All the dancers you see around the world doing the high kicks. It's to celebrate your birthday. Oh, we're going to add Graham. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Graham. Happy birthday to you. Graham, same wishes for you for absolutely, I would say, salubriously beneficial and gratifyingly pleasurable period between sunset and dawn, but we already slept. I hope you had a good night last night. But have a happy day. Have a happy day. And free pancakes as well at all the regular locations. And I guess since Kimmy's making for her son, Jinx, you might as well add that to the list and run over there and get it stacked. They're already hot and ready, apparently. So, happy birthday. Here's our drum solo. We're going to finish off the birthday song with everybody playing the air drums around the world. Probably the largest group of air drummers that ever existed. Please grab your air drum sticks, sit down in your air drum set, and finish off the song with me in style. Here we go. Beautiful. New world record right there. New world record, I'd like to think. Probably no way to authenticate it, but we all know. We all know who holds the record, and it's us. All right. Okay, we did the Legos. I did my mea culpa moment. Can I stop for just a second and explain a little bit of something? Yesterday was phenomenal in a couple different reasons. I was over on Trial TV Live watching the verdict come in from Lori Vallow. And Lori Vallow, as the verdict has been announced, and we're waiting for everyone to show up in court, and the jury's not in yet, we don't know the verdict, everyone's there, and the judge goes over just like, hey, just heads up, if there is a guilty verdict, do you guys, we've got this aggravation phase. The aggravation phase has to do with whether the jury finds that there were aggravating factors present at the, included in the murder, which at that point she would have been found guilty of if we got to this place, and that enables the judge to find a harsher sentence, right? That's all it does. And the judge is the one that makes the sentence in Arizona. It's not the jury. So this aggravation phase has its own period of testimony where some evidence which may not have been applicable or admissible in the original trial could have been brought in, proving aggravating factors. And this has to do with the emotional impact of survivors. And there's a lot to it. There's a lot of different ways that this can come in. And Lori Vallow, sitting there in court as we're waiting for a verdict. I mean, it's not a coin toss, but there's a chance that the jury comes out and says, not guilty. You just didn't prove the conspiracy. But as she's sitting there in court, she's like, Judge, can I just stipulate to aggravation? Can I just stipulate? Can I just right here in front of open court before a verdict is given, just let you all know that, oh yeah, the aggravation was there. It was, those factors were present. Let me just lay that out on the line. After I've said I'm not guilty all along and nobody can prove it, can I just say that, oh yeah, that they can, that part they can. Now that part, the judge is like, you might want to hold off on those words until after we see if the jury has a verdict before you just, oh my goodness. She did, in fact, stipulate to the aggravating factors. So the jury was dismissed. They were dismissed, brought back in and said, thanks, you're done. We've got a stipulation. Never had one of them before at this stage of the trial, but we've got a stipulation to the aggravating factors. And the judge now can find that harsher sentence if needed. And then the last thing that happened was he said, when do you want to be sentenced? And she's like, I don't know. What would you prefer, Judge? Whatever's good for you, I'm fine with. The judge is like, I have no dog in this fight. Okay? I get paid the same if I sentence you today or 30 days from now. It's no sweat off my back either way. This is literally your decision. You might want to talk to your attorneys or standby counsel and maybe discuss this a little bit with them, because this is actually all about you and not anything to do with me. Lori the lawyer, 101, did not do extremely well during this case, and I think that was proven. She elected after talking to her standby counsel to delay sentencing till after the next trial. That's the one with Brandon in it. Brandon, the survivor, the one who got away. So after that trial, then there will be sentencing for both. So we're not quite done with Lori. There's one more trial. And yeah, it's good times all around. So thank you all those who watched over there with Trial TV Live, the Squeegee of Justice. Chris is amazing. Love working with them. They're fantastic. So a couple things. I lost a couple of messages in there. I need to go back and find. Just 1 second, because we had, let's see, Kelly H. gifted a membership this morning. Adri Horak, welcome to the gallery. Your courthouse, it's only for a month, but your courthouse almost matches your hair a little bit. It's close. It's not exact, but if you keep them apart a little bit, it looks good. Kelly H. gifted a membership as well. Alternate juror, welcome to the gallery as well. Thank you very much for your continued support. We got the super chat from Matt Bond. Good to have you back here, my friend. Melissa Prislicki, welcome to the jury. Thank you so much for your huge support of the channel. Appreciate that. Rayanne K, member for 3 months. Love being here with everyone. Been here way longer. RA, I appreciate your analysis and ASMR voice. I haven't done one of those streams in quite a while. Cachette gifted membership. Thank you, Cachette, one of our fantastic mods. Nosy Rosie is here, says prayers for our dear Bug Dugger. Yes, Bug Dugger has got a little operation today that she shared with us. We'll be thinking about you, and hopefully the recovery is quick as we give you something to watch and listen to during that period of time. Andrew N., member for 2 months. Welcome to the gallery. Whoop, my girlfriend showed me this channel, and I have been hooked ever since. Andrew, sounds like you got a great girlfriend. That is awesome. Thank you. Thank you both. And good. It's awesome to find hobbies you're both interested in. Jennifer Juniper, like that, says, please check the burner when you have a minute. I have a minute right now, if you wait for just a second. Holy cow. I have a lot of messages. Verdict reached. LDV verdict. Verdict for Lori Vallow. Verdict's in Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow verdict. I think there's a verdict. Verdict reached Lori Vallow. Law and Crime Banner just switched to verdict. I just wanted to hear the music. This is Krista Johnson. All right, you're going live for Lori's. Holy cow. Jennifer Jr. Oh, there's Jennifer found you. You're up at the top. I don't read my messages very often. I apologize. Gifted a membership, Jennifer. Jennifer, I don't know why it didn't come through. I don't know. If somebody received a gifted membership from Jennifer Juniper, congratulations. Jennifer, thank you for your generosity. Sometimes YouTube does YouTubey things, and it just doesn't happen. But I don't know what to tell you other than that. Thank you. Thank you. Selena says, I'm in witness protection now. So, great. Name, picture, witness protection. It goes. I see the whole motif. It goes great. So no one will ever find you. No one will ever find you. That is awesome. All right. Where are we on Lori Vallow? Hang on. I need to check with my wife. I think I know the answer to this question. But I was wondering if I could share with you what she shared with me with the microphone off. And I'm thinking the answer is no. But I just before I tread that road, I'm gonna check with her. All right. If in doubt, don't. That's what I'm gonna go with. Don't. It's one of those funny parenting moments that. Kids say the dangest things. So, what's Mrs. RA's take on Lori? I think that's where she came up with a throat punch. She's not a big fan of Lori. Allie B, nope. Colby said the enchiladas were terrible and not worth remembering. Yeah, figured. The other thing I was supposed to say, we've got a podcast tomorrow night. Thomas is back. He's back. He's not traveling anymore, so we're going to be back tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So we have Courtroom Confidential tonight. Thomas, tomorrow we've got probably a short day on Friday is what I'm thinking. I can't see the hearing with the judge and ARCA lasting all day. So we might do some court hopping, but court hopping on a Friday is always tough because most of the courts like to do their landlord-tenant stuff, which is sort of sad and depressing. Mostly people who can't afford a home getting kicked out of one that they're in, and that's not generally fun to watch in any way. Do I spy with my little eye a can of Raid? You should. It's right up here in the corner, right there. You see it? Lori Vallow almost won her case yesterday. All of the jury were not guilty until the texts. Then they flipped. Did the jury talk, right? The jury talked. The texts were until we got rid of him. Before we got rid of him. I think that's the flip. Chat requests a smidge of verdict music. We did not get verdict music yesterday. I did send Squeegee of Justice the link if he wanted to use it. He chose not to. That's fine. He does things his way and we do things ours. I'll just say really quickly, in Lori Vallow, and Lori Vallow only, we have a verdict. I've been practicing that air drum routine all morning. All right, we do have a verdict. There you go. You got your verdict music. Congratulations to all who waited for that. It's here. All right. We have to turn it off, though, because that was yesterday. Sorry. We will wait for the next verdict and play the whole thing in its entirety, hopefully. You guys, full confession, I don't just play the air drums. I have an electronic drum set, a full electronic drum set, Roland brand. And I play it. And I'm not good. I'm air drum good. I'm not real drum good, but I know how to play the drums a little bit. I can fake it enough that most people who have never played the drums before think I know how. Jennifer Juniper gifted a membership. Thank you very much. It came through this time. I appreciate your support. It's great. And we get to see this when. Yeah, when we do a rock band edition of RA, that's when we're going to do that. Google canceled my previous gift. Google. They don't want your money, Jennifer. That's how they're like, we've got enough of that. No more. Need to get that verdict music to play while I work out. I tell you, the verdict music is right here beside you is what it's called. But it's only called that on YouTube's music creator platform, where they have a library for YouTube creators. I think it's only available once you hit the creator status. So once you monetize your channel, basically. But it's a song that's covered in the library. It's free. Anybody can use it. It's not my song. There are other channels that do use it. Let's see. Doesn't surprise me. Techie, drums, yeah. Gaming Pad, did I see your 10-month chat? I saw a chat from you yesterday, Gaming Pad. Let me see. Oh, here's another one. So great to be back. 10 months right there. Thank you very much. I see it now. It was the new one. JPC came in with member Mark for 18 months as well. No other place to watch than to try the trial with Recovery Addict. Thank you very much for that. We are going to be joining court momentarily, so hold tight. Jennifer Juniper, the gift came through. Snarky Old Lady member for 8 months. Happy Wednesday to you. Hump day. Bite Me, Rebecca, welcome. Good to have you here. Hello. Give Buttercup a little pat from us. That would be great. Hit and Rum. Sent a super chat. Hit and Rum. I like that. Just for that trial. Is your name appropriate just for this trial, or is it always like that? Gifted a super chat with a super sticker. Thank you very much. And Katie Russin gifted 10 memberships. Katie, that's huge. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Congratulations to the many recipients. Gossip Rumor and Innuendo, first on the list. Got hit with that membership. Congratulations, Kathy, there. Good aim. Good aim, Katie. That was some great people. Hollywood, Nicola Moffat, Sierra Bear, Kelly. Do you think there's any chance Lori Vallow Daybell will plead to avoid another trial? I think isn't she pro se in the next one as well with Brandon? Why? I mean, at this point, the state already has pretty much got her for life, right? That her sentence is probably going to be a life sentence. Conspiracy to commit murder, aggravated. It's going to be 40 plus years. Amy P, member for 5 months, says, so grateful for this community and my gifted membership. I love it here, Amy. We love that you're here. Wouldn't be the same without you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see. Peter Ware. I played drums for 65 years. I started when everyone wasn't a drummer, but wanted to be one. Peter, so you can tell that I don't know how to play the drums. I hit the rim more than I hit the drum pad. That's how good I am. I think she's going for the hat trick. She wants the 3 in a row. I found out this morning that YouTube was originally set up to be a dating site. Do you remember the April Fool's joke that YouTube did many years back, where they announced that actually YouTube was just looking for the best video, and they'd found it now, and they're going to be closing down the site? Do you remember that one? Yeah, I don't know. It was like Charlie Bit My Finger or something. Jana, welcome. Love that you're part of the community. Love that you're here. Ari on the phone. Brandy on the TV. Am I the 13th junkie addict now? You are, Tisha. You are. I think we have. I'm not sure, Tisha, if you have this or not, but on our Sticker Mule page, we have 13th. We have 13th addict stickers, And they were additionally a limited edition that we did when Brandy hit benchmark of subscribers and had a big party. We made some stickers and sent them out. There were only like 10 originally, but those are available now in packs of 10 over on the Sticker Mule website. And it's a nice, it's a good looking. I don't have any more. I've given all of mine away. I need to get some more. I do have a few more of these guys, and I think I'm all caught up on sending them out, but I've got less than a pack left, so not many remaining. All right. Counter. Oh, yes. Counter. We are. Let me get my logo down. I need one. This is a tech problem. I need another downstream keyer. I only have 2. So my logo is normally on one, but I need another one that is this one. The downstream keyer is adding a layer of video or image on top of at the last point. So everything else is put together, and then right before it goes out to YouTube, it adds this layer on top. So it's always on top. I don't know why I don't use my DSK1. What is that? That's key. Let's see. What do I have in DSK1? My upstream keyers are me on the screen. There's one upstream keyer, another upstream keyer, which is chat right here. So this is an upstream keyer. The 2 separate upstream keys, and then I just need that downstream keyer. But I need both my logo and the other one, so we'll see. All right, I can barely hear you, says Last Poet. Turn up the volume. Check 1 2. Oh, you're right. Check 1 2. Test 1 2. Now it's getting loud in my ears. Wow. Check 1 2.
Happy birthday. You look good.
You are unmuted.
We're unmuted. Here we go. We're kicking things off right now.
Please be seated. Court is in session. 22 CR 117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay. All right. So I was told counsel wanted to see me about something.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Last night we received 19 new exhibits. One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call today.
There's a side.
Many of these reports are Celebrate reports that are run with new software and not addressed in any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Garino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls that, again, we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14, and we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were
When did they get it?
Last night.
No, when did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from the last trial is that there is, for example, Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone log, and then it's separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I tried to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Garino would then refer to a separate document, they're just simply in order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023, but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch, Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I do not expect Trooper Garino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information. I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so that it have notice days before Trooper Garino would even testify about it.
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your...
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Garino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls, and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
What do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually...
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
I can provide a copy, Your Honor.
So Trooper Garino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Garino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for everybody.
All right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay.
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Garino.
Okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening. We did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works for the court reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person. Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here. Yes. And he has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. And so, is Is there a day next week that works for the court?
Well, we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
We will make every effort to make that happen. I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
So we'll do the best we can.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was easy to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is going to be.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of Arca on Monday?
Yes.
We'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday, so Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding Arca? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Half a day on Friday. Half a day.
Yes. What do you mean? When?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on me. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit the target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted, and you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. We need to figure out, I need to figure out that at least.
And
there, okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony. The ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exactly. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto-delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said, out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So, all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
All right. Are we ready to start?
Judge, I just have a... Yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, you know what, let's see counsel at sidebar about schedule.
Okay, quick sidebar here. The judge wants some questions answered about ARCA and defense and how they interacted and when they interacted and why and how soon and all that. She wants all those parts. And I don't think she's going to get the answer she wants, which could be bad for the defense because she's already found a violation, meaning she's already ruled that there was a reciprocal discovery violation, meaning they didn't give to the prosecution something they should have given to the prosecution. That's done. That's established, case law, as it might be in this case. Now she wants to see just how deep it goes. If she was lied to, basically, is what it sounds like she's looking for. Going back just a little bit, we did hear from Brennan this morning that they have some other information that they just gave to the defense that has to do with a heart rate monitor, Now, whose heart rate monitor? I missed that. Was that Jennifer McCabe's heart rate monitor? And is she the Hoslong to die in the cold? Is the heart rate monitor on the Hoslong to die in the cold person? Because that might prove.
All right, so are we ready to bring Ms. Roberts back in? I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, do you want me to get off?
If her heart rate was resting at 43 beats per minute, 43 beats per minute or something, like deep in hibernation, with no changes for hours around the period the phone call was made, that might be good for the prosecution and bad for the defense. But we'll see. We'll show her heart rates. We'll show her heart rate at 227. He said he's saving it for rebuttal, which means it sounds like he's like, I've got my ace in the hole. All you have to do is raise that flag, and I will. So it sounds like he's got some information. They've clearly done some more work, some more digging on this, and I wonder how accurate it is. We'll see. Who wears their watch to bed? Seriously, I know mine doesn't stay charged long enough. If I wear it during the day, it's not charged at night. Okay. Sometimes my heart rate spikes while asleep while I dream, says Ginger Snaps. All the butt dials and Google searches in the middle of the night cannot be coincidence. It might show that they're awake making phone calls at that time of night. Does it show activity? I mean, it should show steps taken and things like that, right? If it's monitoring heart rate, it should also be a pedometer. Wear mine to bed to track sleep. I stopped doing that because it said it was unhealthy, and I was, stopping breathing and all that other stuff. I'm like, well, that's not what I want to hear, so I took it off at night. Yes, intoxication could also be an issue. Angelique, yes, we are on Courtroom Confidential tonight. We'll be talking about this case and some of the developments and that are happening in it. How can they be sure who wore the watch? Good question. Mine charges while I shower. Is that? I need to take longer showers to charge my watch. Denial is definitely the way to go, says Debbie. Thank you. Yes, I don't have a health problem. I just ignore the doctor's advice. Now I stop hearing the bad advice, the bad news. That makes total sense. Your breathing will be better by removing the results. At least me worrying about it will be better. Maybe it will also disprove the boom boom activity. Gretchen, it could be used for that purpose as well. All right, interesting stuff. The defense won. Miss Little won in her argument, but it was a temporary win. There was no permanent effect to what the judge ordered as far as that big PowerPoint presentation. They just got it last night, which I think is a dirty trick. If you've got a presentation that you're going to use in court, I think you should show the other side and not at the last minute. Now, the contents inside, according to the Commonwealth, is something they've had for years. There's nothing new. It's just isolated and presented like that. So Ms. Little gets to work on it overnight, see if there's any objections, and then she has to find every difference, every detail. Hopefully there's some mistakes in there. That would be fun. Sleep? What is sleep? It's for the weak. I'm a bit spun up, a tiny bit. I'm wired.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you for your patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Roberts back in, please?
For half a day, we're going to watch reruns of Baywatch. It'll be great. It'll be great. Isn't the Hasselhoff? Isn't he on Baywatch? We are picking up where we left off. Day 2 with witness number 2.
Roberts, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
This is Carrie Roberts.
Good morning. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes.
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
Correct.
At some point you left?
Correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification, and then a smaller clip of that ring video if there's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no objection?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibits 12A and 12B.
The lady that's talking into the Darth
you.
Vader mask is the court recorder.
One final.
And she's speaking into a machine that dictates the happenings of court.
It's a clip 12, so it would be just fine. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows, 12B is the certification from Ring, and 12C is a clip of a piece, a portion of 12A.
That's accurate, yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Get you a clean video here.
Thank you.
Guess that's all we get to see. They went to
Ms.
the house.
Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And I said, she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing, and as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. May I recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is that a fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Reed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
That is big for the prosecution. I think this picture.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
is in the Sally Port.
Sure.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a rectangle, but it's vertical, sort of.
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John.
Before or after you found John?
After we found John.
Okay. So we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Bella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off at Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat and be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive, and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her, and I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes.
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over, and I said, oh, my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over, and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head, and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge, like he had something happen to it. And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth-to-mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car, so I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you looked down, could you see who it was at first?
At first? No. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
So, did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
Did you ever see any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point, and then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, "Carrie, Carrie, Jen, Carrie, Jen."
Was anything said at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point?
Well, the entire morning.
Oh, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, I can't do this again.
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the EMT, in the ambulance with the EMTs, and I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
No.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead, I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying, nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone, so I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items?
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
And does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember, somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before, until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the heat on?
I think I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I see. I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree. Barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe
right
what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car on that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road?
Correct.
When you got to their home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, he's gone, Peg. and he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance, and on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way to the hospital."
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No.
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
No.
Okay. Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom, and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel, and then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take them into an office and talk to the family, and then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
Objection.
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Objection.
Strike that statement, folks.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it. I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen with, it looked like blood. They looked purple.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
Okay. In the last trial, Carrie Roberts' testimony was not helpful for defense, but it also did not do nearly the damage that it has this time. Mr. Lally in the first trial asked a lot of very yes/no questions. She's been allowed to tell the story in more narrative form this time through, and has a ton of detail that was left out the first time. A ton. She still has that same truthful sort of delivery style. Now I realize a lot of people are saying this is so different than what she said the first time. I'm hearing a lot of elements that are the same. but I'm hearing more detail than the first time through. I think it would be appropriate for defense to ask about the preparation that went on between the last trial and this one. But the taillight specifically, the first trial, she said it was missing a piece. You held up her hand and showed the size, and it was like 50-cent piece size. Now her testimony is that a square chunk, basically the whole missing section, was what she saw.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that how John looked?
Yes, he did.
I'd ask that the camera not film that, please.
I'd like to mark this as an exhibit. I will not publish it.
Judge Bev invokes the time machine rule and asks that the camera not do something it's already done. I felt like the defense in the last trial used the Carrie Roberts' testimony that a piece was missing out of the taillight to further their story throughout the trial.
Yes.
They won't be able to use her to support that in this one unless they can claw that ground back.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. After you last saw your friend John, what did you do?
After the hospital?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
After the hospital?
Yes.
I drove. Well, we went back into the corridor with the family. And Karen at one point called from the hospital asking me, she said her father was on his way and could I go over and greet him or bring him to the O'Keeffe's when he arrived, and she described him. Her father did arrive, so I went over and said, "Are you Mr. Reed?" or something of that nature, and I said, "Mr. O'Keeffe would like to speak to you." So Mr. Reed went over and spoke to Mr. O'Keeffe, and Paul and John's parents and I, we didn't know next steps. We were waiting to see if we could leave or if we have to give information, and eventually we were able to leave. So I drove Mr. O'Keeffe home, and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keeffe home to John's house.
Before you left John, did you take a bracelet from him?
When Mrs. O'Keeffe and I went in to see John in the hospital, there was a bracelet that was on his right wrist. It was a blue, like, rubber bracelet. And that bracelet was made when his sister passed away, and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keeffe still wears it to this day.
Did you drive the O'Keeffes back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keeffe back to John's house, and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keeffe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow?
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keeffe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keeffe, and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keeffe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go in and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died, and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night?
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes.
How often?
Very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often?
Yes.
Regularly?
Yes.
And so things changed
Yes.
after that moment.
Yes.
Did you start to see her in person?
Yes.
Spend time with her?
Yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together. We bonded over it. Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes.
When you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
Yes.
Friends?
Yes.
How close of friends did you become?
She, to this day, is a close friend of mine.
To this day?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
Yes.
Now, you're from that area?
Well, yes. I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
And you are active in the community at all?
Yes.
Sports, children?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
Yes.
Did you know any first responders?
Yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning?
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
yes.
Does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first-name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes.
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive, so when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes.
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
Yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes.
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were. And
how were you?
How were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
Okay. And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes.
Okay. Was Miss McCabe with you?
Yes.
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
Yes.
You remained in the car?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes.
Are you friendly with her?
Yes.
Did you ever try to get information, inside information about this case?
No.
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
Did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes.
And what was the reason you came to court?
To support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court? And
I
don't
did.
answer just yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication on this?
Yes.
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes.
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
Specific names?
Yeah.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper, and at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes.
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms.
We were
and
making a
questioned both of us.
timeline together?
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
Right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay? Ms. Gilman, is this sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
Lights on now. What happened? Does he have a drug problem? Turns off his overhead lights.
Could you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
That was at 6:11. That's an important time.
Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
Trying to see where she gives the phone to a first responder. She gets in her car. (6:12:45). She got her phone out of her car.
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Could you stop for one moment, please? Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No.
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her, and Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 6:15? You can let it run, please. Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
Oh.
Now she goes over, fends down, picks something up. Those are the blankets. Shakes out the snow. So 6:15.
That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets. Not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
Okay, so
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it so we get an opportunity to view it, I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
We are 2 times speed now on the playback. And now we're back at the beginning. Now the court's just jumping around all over the place.
Around 1617 would be fine, Ms. Gilman.
1627, 1623, 1620, 1618, 1616, 17, 30. There we go. Okay, now we're
Stop,
back.
Please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And do you, well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
I'm looking at the timestamps to try to figure out where the phone changed hands and how it matches up with the temperature of the battery.
What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
Could you please stop? Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Is it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please. Stop, please, just for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can continue, please. Was that you walking by, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22. Do you know where you walked?
No, I do not.
Behind this car, this dash cam view?
Say that again?
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay.
Stop, please.
This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Miss McCabe is at this point?
No.
Or the defendant?
No.
Please continue.
Lunchtime, I'm going to go out and buy new wipers for my car. I don't know why I feel like I need to do that, but this is driving me nuts.
Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
This witness has become more important in this case because of the new information about the temperature of the battery of John's phone. She was in possession of it. It moved around and the battery temperature changed, and she can authenticate, possibly through this video, the different times the phone was handled differently, like when it was in her pocket, when it may be in her car, when it was handed over to the EMT.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No.
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No.
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
Did anybody have a temperature? What the temperature was about this time? Are we talking about like sub-zero, 28, 32? What was it at? Someone said 18. Okay. It wasn't 50. We know that. Yeah, it's got to be below freezing, or at or below freezing for the snow, but wicked cold. Thinking without wind chill. Carrie testified that when she cleared snow off John's face, she says there was an ice cube over his left eye. What probably happened was the eye socket allowed melting snow to collect and pool water, which then got below freezing point and froze. So there would have been an ice cube frozen to the shape of his eye. Pulling it off probably removed all his eyelashes as well.
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
62625. Continue, please. And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 63448.
I don't remember seeing all this video play out like this during the last trial. I might have missed it, but basically about 5 more minutes to watch. Where probably nothing of import occurs as far as transaction of a phone. Apparently somebody wants in or out.
Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
I didn't see any lights come on in the house. I haven't seen any doors open. Nobody peeks out the window. The wipers are oddly doing a slightly better job now, which probably indicates that the wipers themselves were not properly cleared off and had ice on the blades, which is keeping them from cleaning the window. And as that window has melted, has heated up the temperature of the windshield wipers, the ice has melted and it's doing a little better now. trying to look at this from the vantage point of the police officers who are responding to the scene. Was there any discussion of whose house is this, or when? I'll put it this way: we know that came up. We know the police officers know whose house this is. When did it come up? About 2.5 more minutes until the next notable incident where he wants to stop the video. Tammy Lynn says the people inside could at least come out and see if they can offer coffee or a warm blanket, anything. Could have been a heck of a hangover, though. I mean, they were up drinking. They had been to a number of establishments and then continued on at home. At least till after midnight. It's only 6 hours later, so.
Do you know who you're speaking with?
I don't know.
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs, and follow me.
You are muted.
Okay. Judge calls a break, says it's time for a break, and we're going to take a morning recess for about 15 minutes. The dog wasn't drinking, though, just saying, says Newbuck Foss. Thank you for that. Hopefully the dog was not drinking. Interesting. I'm looking at this. Or I'm attempting to look at this as the new jury might see this. Okay, and as of right now, AJ has not, or no one on the defense team has crossed Carrie Roberts, and she has come across with a very believable style, a very factual, sort of like non-biased approach. Now, there's going to be a lot of cross-examination talking about why didn't you mention this before? That's going to come up. Why are we just hearing this now? Is this did you remember better now than before? We'll probably have all that discussion with this witness as well. I think that's all an area that's ripe for digging for the defense. But as a juror who, didn't hear about Karen Reed until I was called for jury duty and they told me the case that we were hearing, assuming, which I do, I trust the jurors that they followed all the judge's instructions as they've, been sworn in and told they have to do. This is the first they're hearing. As a juror, this sounds quite detailed, sounds quite factual. It's all making sense. It's adding up. Now realize we're gonna get to a point where the proctor has to be on the stand and the juror's gonna go, what? Red Solo cups? What? And the leaf blower? You did. Stop and shop. We got all that moment ahead for the jury to introduce Stout. But at this point, I think the prosecutor Mr. Brennan is doing a great job allowing Carrie Roberts to tell the story in the format that gets all the detail in that they need, especially detail they did not have the first trial, in a way that the jury, I think, can accept, which is just quite. I think it's a good job. You've got to admit they're doing a good job with that.
Call from.
Hey, I missed who the call's from. Who's on the phone? Hello.
Hi, it's Sloth Life.
Hey, Sloth Life, how you doing?
Sloth Life.
Hiya, I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Good. I was just looking at the video and thinking, ne'er cast a clue till May is out.
Exactly. So. Yesterday we had torrential rain, and today it's absolutely gorgeous. It's so sunny. So, ne'er cast a clue till May is out.
Yeah. What's your perspective from Scotland on this so far?
Yeah, just a quick. I went back and had to go back and listen last night to the opening statements again for the timeline. But I did notice something that AG said, and it made me very curious about who is coming in to testify. I don't think it's Karen Reid, but in AG's opening statement, he makes a comment, which I actually wrote the time down, at 2:11:32, if anybody wants to listen to it. And he says, the evidence, the data, the science, the witnesses and eyewitnesses and forensic data will confirm that John O'Keefe went into the house.
Right.
So I'm now wondering who's the eyewitnesses that say he went into the house, because he followed that up by saying, which I don't recall from the first trial, that Karen wasn't just dropping him off. She sat outside waiting for John to come out and wasn't, and got angry and annoyed and left that message just after 1 or about 1 o'clock saying no one knows where you are, John, because he didn't come back out, and she assumed he was just having a beer with friends. So I don't recall that from the first one, but I could be wrong. But I'm just really curious.
Here's what we know. We know that the state is going to rely more heavily on some phone data. And unfortunately, when you place more credence in some of this phone data, you sort of get all the phone data together. And some of the phone data the state does not like. And that particularly has to do with how many steps, meaning how many stairs were climbed by John after he was dropped off. That's something the state is going to have to try to explain away. And if you try to discredit it and say the phone's not accurate, you're also discrediting your own evidence, which you want the jury to believe. So this is going to be an interesting dichotomy with data as we try to pick this one apart.
Exactly. I also had that thought about defence, that they have to be careful. They obviously went in on Proctor yesterday about how he fabricates things or does, they effectively called him a liar, as we see, pants on fire and not very credible, but they're then using Proctor's reports to impeach witnesses. So I know the the prosecution can't come right out and sort of say that Proctor made it up, but a clever prosecution, lawyer, I would think, could somehow work it into their, throw Proctor under the bus closing statement about how reliable is Proctor's reports and things if, the defence think he's such a terrible person. I'm just trying to see it from both sides. As I say, I know this is a trial that causes a lot of very strong opinions on both sides, and I'm like yourself, I'm trying to look at what evidence is actually coming in now rather than what was in on the first trial. But I just curiosity, I found that bit really interesting. And the only other thing that I did notice, when they were playing that video there for Kerry, I went back and paused it because it's a wider view of the one that Proctor used yesterday for the EMT guy. Right. And it shows you Karen running off the screen that you pointed out at 6:12:04. She doesn't actually arrive at the area at the flagpole till about it'll be 6:12:05, so it takes her about a second or two to get to the flagpole. She's sort of got her hand up at her face, and then she's there for about another 3 seconds before she turns, and then comes back onto the screen at 6:12:12. So the way they play it looks like she's talking to the guy for 6 or 7 seconds, but if you actually watch that video that was played for Terry Roberts, you see the full view, and she doesn't actually go, she goes towards the flagpole, but you see her sort of not really talking to anybody, and then her hands up at her face, and she turns and comes straight back, how she's running around frantically.
It doesn't seem like there's enough time to say, hey, did you know him? What happened? Did I hit him? I hit him. It seems like that doesn't fit time-wise. It fits better if you pause the video.
Yeah, I mean, I went back, I've rewatched it about 5 or 6 times, and I was actually pausing it and going through it like second by second, and just to see where she was, because I understand both sides are going to present the evidence in the best light to them, but I just, because we got the opportunity to use the wider view, and I did question, I was like, why didn't you use that video yesterday for questioning the EMT? But anyway, that was just my thoughts. If anyone hasn't seen yesterday, I know Red's on holiday, so I put all the timestamps in the comments on the first and second parts that tell you all the times for defence, opening defence, for the prosecution openings, and all the witnesses, cross, redirect, etc. I know Red's a bit more creative than I am with her descriptions. Yeah. Mine are very basic, just names and who's examining.
That makes it so much easier for people on rewatch to jump to things, especially if they're not able to watch the entire thing and they want to see the key parts that happen. So, thank you.
I know. I wasn't leaving you out on purpose, Ari, sorry.
Can you say something for us before we wrap up?
Of course.
Can you say bring the jury?
Bring in the jury.
There you go. All right.
That wasn't a very good one, actually. That wasn't very good. No,
that was more like a what was that? Who's the Hunt for Red October guy? That was you doing Sean Connery, I think is what we heard.
Excuse me. Okay, I know, I'll say it in my normal voice. Bring the jury.
There you go. That's awesome. Thank you very much, Soft Life. I appreciate
your sorry, just before I go, I really do want to say thank you so much to you and Mrs. Ari for opening your hearts and your home to us in chat, and your wonderful children who we don't really see, but they allow you to spend your time with us and sort of precious family time as well. So I really do appreciate it from the bottom of our hearts. You are such an amazing family, and everything you said on Friday was true, that God has you where you want to be, because if you weren't in North Carolina, you probably wouldn't have started this channel and you wouldn't have brought all us together. So you're doing God's work across the world, not just in North Carolina.
Well,
so thank you to you and Mrs. Ari.
Sloth Life, thanks for the kind words. Let me tell you that I show you the Instagram version of us, and it's much different in real life, but we try to put on our best face for YouTube. So thank you very much.
We all are, but again, none of us are perfect. So that's what makes the world a beautiful place. So
awesome. Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, bye. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Love Sloth Life from Scotland. Those that need a translation, she said hi. She said hi to everyone. Cheese Curd Havoc says, believe all the phone data except stairs, but dial search times and deleted searches. Yes, we have to selectively choose what we listen to on the data. And that's a problem. And it might be a problem for both sides. We'll see how that works. Mo says, about the ice cube, if he was on his face, there would have been no melting snow. Jen says they flipped him over on the 911 call. Something's not right. Okay, we're going to get to Jen, and we'll have to piece that piece in and see. Obviously, somebody didn't remember it right. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. All right, we're on a break right now. The judge has ordered a break, sort of mid-prosecution watch of video. So where we were on the video, I think let's see, where were we at? We're trying to find a timestamp. Okay, we were right here. Okay, so let's see where that is. That was about 6:33, and I think we're about yeah, sorry, don't need to hear her voice right now. We were about to get to the point where he wants to pause the video again. I'm hoping that on the video we see exactly where the phone exchanges hands from Carrie Roberts to a first responder. We know that the phone was in a pocket. It was warmed up according to the data, which we're going to be seeing, the temperature data of the battery. This is new information we did not have in trial number 1. And we're going to get to add that to the timeline. I'm just now noticing there are spider webs on top of the light that are swaying. Do you see that? Sort of to the right of center, diagonally down to the right. There's spider webs, and there's spider. Wow, the whole courtroom is like infested, I think, with spiders. Creepy. This is already shaping up to be a different trial than the first one. Which is fascinating, and I love AJ's ability to cross-examine. He can be really harsh, and I would never want him to question me about anything even what my favorite food was. But his ability to cross-examine and Miss Little's ability to recall facts and details, specific details for everything. I don't know. Her brain is incredible. I don't know how she does that. That combination. We're going to have some really spicy attempts at impeaching a lot of witnesses, because this is the second time they're up on the stand, and nobody's saying the exact same thing yet. As a matter of fact, it's changing. The story is changing. It's like the telephone game. You know, we've got one more link in the chain, and now the story is changing a little bit. So there's a lot of material to impeach on or to question on and clarify. But it's also getting a little better for the defense, or excuse me, it's getting a little better for the prosecution, because at the onset, at least with Carrie, they've got answers from her this time around that are more consistent with the photos and the evidence. Last time it was an issue when Carrie said there was a piece missing. Now she says the whole square area was missing. She'll be impeached on that. Obviously that's going to happen, but we'll see what happens. All right. I don't think this witness had any involvement in the mess of this. She didn't know any of the major players in the case. She was just trying to help. That's why I think she's so important to the prosecution, because she was friends with John. That's her connection, okay? And we see through the emotion she's shown on the stand that she was friends, and she just found her friend unconscious in the snow, covered in snow and injured. That emotion showed through. That came across as very authentic, I think, to me, and I think to this jury that was watching this for the first time, hearing from Carrie Roberts for the first time. So she's not one of the players. She is not on team one side or the other. She's one of the good guys, right? John was, we tout John and say he was such an amazing guy. Look at, he took in his niece and nephew when their parents passed away, and he adopted them as his own and started raising them. He was that kind of guy. Well, she was helping him. She's that kind of lady, and so she comes across as likable, I think, to the jury. We'll see if that stays consistent on cross-examination. A lot of times your true colors are shown when you're confronted. So the two bad eyes, great question about that. The two bad eyes. I've been thinking what that could mean and why we have testimony from the EMT saying it was just one eye, and then the other one was sort of blackened, and then from Carrie that when they first found him, she took ice off the eye that had formed on the first eye, an ice cube, and took that off, and then when she saw the final picture of him afterwards, that both eyes had serious redness and things that wasn't there before. And I think that could be a result of CPR forcing blood, the pressure of the blood in the body can do that. I think that's my thought. That's my uneducated, non-CPR trained opinion. So let me know if that's something that might be possible. Where are we? Oh, you're still here with me in the studio. We're going to be going back here in just a moment. I do have the replay machine up and going. If anybody wants to see anything that happens, just make sure you sort of tag it. Let me know. Like maybe we'll need like a exclamation point replay thing that can, so you can let me know that you want me to save a part of the video instead of having to go back and find it later. There will be a lot of impeaching in this trial. Stories have changed so much, and I like it. I really do. I like that people get to be challenged on their memory. Not everyone acts nonchalant in these situations. Carter says they need to get Karen's data to see if her data shows her going up their stairs too, since she was on the same ride. Interesting. Melanie, I do, as a juror, I already have questions of credibility for the first witness, and this is interesting. I was on Twitter after day one. I wanted to see what the response was, and I purposefully searched out individuals in both sides of this following this trial. And there are people who were posting and just saying that, like, I wouldn't believe this guy if he told me, the sun was shining. I wouldn't, that I couldn't trust this EMT. There are other people who are saying, what a great EMT, dedicated his life to helping people, 100% trustworthy. I would trust him with my life. I'd want him to show up if I were hurt or injured, and just like he knocked it out of the park. And there were people in the middle who was like, are you guys watching the same trial? Are we watching the same thing? There might be jurors who look at that and say, I believe him. I believe him. He was focused on helping and healing and saving lives, and he just observed what he observed, and that's what it is. And the other people who look at that and say, this guy doesn't know what he said or what he heard or what happened. So interesting to see, our perspective, how that changes. Let's see. Let me get caught up here. Cheese Curd Havoc, member for 12 months. Congratulations, by the way. You hit the year mark. I believe all the phone data except for stairs, butt dial search times, and deleted searches. That's what we throw out. You can be a great EMT, but a terrible witness, says Newbunk Foss. I wouldn't want that guy anywhere near me. Lack of character, says Groovy Cheryl. X is horrible, says Ozzy. Both sides are toxic. I love X for the immediacy of news from first-hand observers. And I say that knowing that most first-hand observers get the facts wrong when they see news and report on it. That's watch any mass casualty event on social media, and the first hour of information is mostly false. And these are people, first-hand observers that are reporting it. It's just I like the rawness of it, that it's not filtered, that it's not passed through a gatekeeper. The gatekeeper being a news media, and obviously news media, professional news media, generally has some degree of fact checking, or should. But it's interesting. I like it. All right. I think with the EMT, the memory statement got me. He said he didn't have great memory, but then he did have a good memory. It got better and better. It was bad before. It's better now. I want to know what he's taking. Is there some supplement that improves it? Because there's clearly an opportunity for a sponsorship there if he wants to do one. Back from school walk now to sort out the clothes shopping, as I did earlier. As I ran out of time. Let's see. I think all YouTubers support Karen now. I've said from the get-go, I think in my head it's possible that she was involved in this. I just don't believe that it happened the way the state said it did. So I'm sticking with that one. What was once witnessed a traffic accident and had a totally different version of it than the lady standing right next to me. To this day, I'm not sure who was right. Surely not. I had this same experience. I even testified in court about it. It's the only time I've ever been called as a witness in court. But I testified in court, and I testified first. And I testified. I don't even know who called me. I got a subpoena and I showed up. But I looking back, I guess I testified for the prosecution. Because my version of events supported the prosecution against the driver. But every other witness, including bystanders, other people in vehicles who had better angles and views than me, testified differently. And I'm like, whoa, was I wrong? It was the weirdest thing, because I was 100% positive in what I had seen. They didn't tell me about any rule. I stayed in court and I watched the rest of it. Back in court now. Here we go.
Court's back in session. You may be seated.
Yes.
Thank you.
Continuing with the video.
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
Carrie Roberts, right front and center between the two officers who are facing her. She's got the fur-lined coat, so she's facing the camera that we're watching right now. I'm curious if that's John's phone ringing that we hear.
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. Could fast forward just a little bit more, please. Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Yes.
Stop, please.
6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No.
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the elements at all?
No.
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
And now for cross-examination. Thank you, Kathy. Ron, Valcat, thanks for the super chat. I think that was Carrie Roberts' car, not Karen Reed's, in the video.
Your Honor, may I? Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes.
Would you say it's more than 50?
Maybe around there.
Okay.
Maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts State Police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case?
I would ask questions, and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed.
That's not my question.
Objection.
But I'm answering your question.
Hold on. I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses.
Okay.
And the DA.
And turning to
meeting with
Yuri
other
Buchanan,
witnesses?
what were the logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchanan? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above? All of the above.
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with?
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of that meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
We know about the last trial now, don't we?
I don't know. In the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2 weeks
I said a few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts?
No.
Reports?
No.
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen, and then I just...
On the screen?
Talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
You are...
The judge calls a halt for a minute. this is not, this is sua sponte. This is not an objection by the prosecution. The judge called this one, and I think she probably wants to limit. Sorry, I just had my chat go down. So just 1 second. We're back. We'll turn that off. YouTube just crashed on me, one of my computers. We will bring it back. All right. And we're back with sample user saying this live stream is the best. Thank you, sample user. Carrie expected AJ to come in hot. Her guard is up. She is. If I were a juror, I would definitely notice the change in attitude, the defensive posture or the defensive differences in her testimony, where she clearly is she has a side. Technical difficulties. That's what I was going to name the channel, DMB, when I first started. Apparently, it was taken already. I'd noticed that. It doesn't give me reason to discount all her testimony, but I'm definitely paying attention if I'm a juror. I wonder if the judge doesn't like this line of questioning with how did you meet with the prosecution? Mostly because everybody does it, right? All witnesses meet with the other side. It is extremely rare. As a matter of fact, it's so rare that there's actually a saying out there that a lawyer should not ask a question of a witness that they don't know the answer to. That you meet with the witness beforehand so you know what they are going to say. Judge is back. Let's see what she rules here. $50 times is a lot. It's a ton. She was talking about the previous trial.
May I hear?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today?
No.
Or yesterday?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident, and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth-to-mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck?
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay, so she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see, that back hatch?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol?
I do not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Okay. Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe 10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very closely to the audio.
Yep.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay, Evan. Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. In just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice.
Okay.
If you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, "My boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home"?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
Next question.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were...
Yes.
You made note of those.
Yes.
Or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye?
Correct.
At the scene?
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point you saw that laceration to his right eye?
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril.
Yes.
And basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek?
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now, both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye.
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Ms. Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV, had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson. Give page and line numbers when offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize, I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say...
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said, is that accurate? Do you see it in the...
Yes, it is.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
One more time. Thank you. Just for reference, I'm going to show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay. What I'm looking for is still not here, because I did say I wasn't sure if it was before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for a question.
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, about 2 years ago.
Yes.
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway, there's 2 cars, and then 2 cars, then a single, so John's car is there. Karen pulls in, and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay.
That's the one they
it's a
showed
short
her
clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
early this morning.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah, that's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or, sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through. Okay. You can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all 3 of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yeah.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the taillight or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that?
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that?
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Right? Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury?
Yes.
Okay.
We find this in every trial. Everybody's memory is not perfect. I wouldn't say that's...
You were interviewed...
Impeachment. We covered this in trial number 1 as well.
On January 29th. You've already testified to that, correct? By
yes.
Troopers Dunn and... my memory's failing me now.
There were 2. I don't know who they were.
Okay. I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. 2 individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock, so...
The incident had just happened?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could, and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight, or
No, I did not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I didn't want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that sound
I don't know
right?
the exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then, for the first time, describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
Okay.
For me, as a new jury member looking at this witness, the only thing that would raise my eyebrows is the 50 interactions with prosecution and state police, and that people were asking her to get information about the case. That would concern me because there would be a lot of discussion potentially about facts of the case, which once you know, and it's easy to incorporate acquired knowledge into a memory. That would be the only concern I would have as a juror so far on this.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
And of course, I would put a little note in my notebook about who was asking her to get information, because it's implied that that was relayed back as well.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you a 2-page report, Ms. Roberts. I put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight, if you want to take a look at that.
Nearly every trial that's had a grand jury indictment has had testimony that was false. Sometimes it's in the subpoena. It's in the the official documents supporting the grand jury. Oftentimes the facts are not well known.
Okay.
Okay.
But
May I?
this
Yes.
is a different memory, different recollection. So that is a factor. There was a sigh. I don't know whose that was.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say that the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes, that's the piece I was referring to in the middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway ring camera, that same ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point, you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go-ahead to replace that ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Hold, please. I'm tempted to bring in the local PD.
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction, we need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it, it's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that ring camera.
Correct.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lank, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
You're friendly with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No, well, no.
Were you aware that Michael Lank grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me a second. I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
May I approach? I need to know the date.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Thanks.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him?
No. I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But you also indicated that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house, so she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks' house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up?
Yes.
At her house?
Yes.
With anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters, I don't remember.
And then you drove over to the Lanks' house, is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First?
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's house?
Then left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks' house, so I drove my daughter to the Lanks' house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house?
Yes, 1 or 2 daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the 1 or 2 kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old. What a date, whatever it is.
So she went over to her friend's house, yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you?
Yes, because I was driving her home.
Back to her house without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
okay,
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No.
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
No.
Okay.
I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get to my house.
Right. Exactly. You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife, you indicated, was in the back seat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay. You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just a number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
Four seems like a lot.
When
to
you
me.
would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
You obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk about the statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn?
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
The jury gets to just choose.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way? Tape recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously?
I believe so.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the DA's, members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
No, none of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay.
What was on the table? Because she said nothing else.
You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay. On the 29th,
yeah.
When you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
yeah.
You received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview?
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
Okay. During the course of that interview,
it's oddly specific.
When the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m. you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers?
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once you all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead, over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
That was the proper sustaining of an objection. If that testimony wants to come in, Karen has to give it herself on the stand. The attorney can't provide that. That's a statement by the defendant. The defendant does not need to testify, but if they want their comments in, they have to bring them in themselves. So that was a proper objection and sustaining.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Show the second page of that report, January 29th. And there, I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You could take a look at that.
Brennan can do it. When Brennan uses it, it's a statement against interest or a statement by the party opponent. So Brennan can bring it in. Defense cannot.
Yes.
During this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Hearsay.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No.
They didn't cut you off, correct?
No.
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
That's hearsay.
Sorry, may we approach?
Yes.
I was trying to get a comment made by a police officer to her. It would be proper to bring that in with the police officer on the stand, and he could testify to what he asked her. But it's a little bit of hearsay. Seems petty, but these be the rules. So he's trying to set a trap, and he wants to get there. But Suzanne, a.k.a. Blue Noser 2. Well, this is indeed a new trial, but they're stuck with the old facts. Be well and stay safe, all. Thank you. 23 months. One of our great friends from up north. Oh, Canada. Appreciate you, Suzanne. Thank you very much. Congratulations on 23 months. Next month, I'm going to gift you a new courthouse with your membership. Alex Martin. She answers so fast she might slip on something. Well, she's pretty quick. That indicates that she's not pausing to craft a response to me. I like that person.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the report...
No, bring it to her and show it to her again.
She's just... it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall. It's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough.
Now you can't go there. Now you
so
have to
you
move
sit
on.
here, the details about what you told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay. But you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning just hours earlier and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay. And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed, that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and Connor Keith, correct? And you've just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
Say it again.
Connor Keith and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but... May I approach?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would look at the report of that interview?
It might.
Okay. First paragraph.
Thanks.
Watch the head nods. That part she's agreeing with. She's now reading the new parts.
Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if it refreshes your recollection
Oh.
of the dates.
Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
What date was it that you met with me?
February 1st.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory, going over the event with someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's owning it.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
It does reduce the credibility I think a jury might give the witness, but her truthful, I think, I know a lot of you guys say that she's lying. She's testifying in a manner that to me as a impartial juror with no prior knowledge of this, it seems truthful. She's not always giving the answers that make her look best. She's not always giving, she's giving answers that,
Thank you, Your Honor.
in fact, do harm her testimony a little bit. That's truthful to me.
So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Ms. McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview?
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe?
Some of it.
Okay. And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean as the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No. I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
She doesn't know that today? Even after the last trial?
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince?
I don't think so.
Think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane?
Correct.
Who else was with you? other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us.
that?
Her sister, Denise.
Denise? So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating it?
She was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally?
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe?
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper
I don't know
Keith?
what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over. Is that right? Is that right?
Yes.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms. Is that right?
Yes.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury. Is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lally, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends because of this incident,
correct,
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here.
No.
Or what you're going to
testify to. I did not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this morning?
I don't know, maybe a couple days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever... May I have this one?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you... to take a look at... Actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody, or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had my. I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Sounds like did happen. It'll be interesting if she says she does not recall this after having her memory refreshed.
Thank you.
Who brought the anvil?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's two tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data across the two tabs, if you don't mind.
Usually when we say mic drop, it's figurative.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Kikiti's Garden. Thank you for gifting a membership.
Yes. Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay, now they stand up in front of the camera. The camera is located behind the jurors.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Sit down, jurors. Sit down.
Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were two text messages at around the time of your interview with those two troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Ms. McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Ms. McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Ms. McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
She doesn't recall the text exchange, even after reading basically the copy of the text back and forth. She doesn't recall if she talked to him right after.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car, and there was an interaction among the three of you?
Yes.
Have you ever testified, or have you ever stated, in any particular, that during that interaction, Karen asked the three of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction, where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car, and Ms. Reed asked you to pray, that Ms. Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, "Google hypothermia"?
No.
You've never said that?
I've never said that.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right?
It was the hammer of justice that got dropped. It looks like Thor's hammer, but it's shaped like a gavel. That was a big sigh. Is that AJ's sigh?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but penalty of perjury. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
So this could be a big one.
Thank you.
Sure.
If she comes back for the third time's the charm, reading my exact words from the transcript of something that happened that I testified in while I was recounting the story as it happened, and I don't recall, it's not refreshing my recollection.
And if you could read
my
on to page
skeptical
83
meter
as well.
is getting pegged. There's a judge sign there. Sorry, I missed it. Got it. Thank you.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
You testified under oath at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear. May I approach?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just a portion of the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last couple of paragraphs.
Okay. Yep. I say I think, so I'm not positive.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you think that was the point at which they lifted John up?
Yes.
And moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote? Remember being asked that question?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to look at lines 16 through 18.
Okay.
May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event. You recounted where you were, back of a cruiser, or they were in the back of a cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my mistake.
What was your answer, Ms. Roberts?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
Okay. You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying, is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
Yeah.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that. I was told she was asked that.
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm not a trick question, what you told the grand jurors
Judge doesn't like this.
was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury, in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer that.
Nobody told me to say it. I knew it happened at that time,
How did you
which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms. Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the cruiser.
The timeline you wrote.
So when you ask a question, let her answer, okay?
The timeline you wrote with Jennifer McCabe's help influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
It's not a good look. But I think AJ might be trying to get more mileage out of that than it's worth. It was a hard fought fight.
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation. I'm sorry, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google searches?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
Let me just say, nobody anywhere in the country is going to jail for perjury for what AJ is describing here, for testifying falsely in the grand jury at this level, with the facts as we know they happened, as she got the information from Jen McCabe's timeline. She was told that's what happened, that she testified to it. No one's going to jail for perjury over that.
Can I approach?
Yes.
it's going to take something a lot more serious than this. It does question some of the facts that she's testified to, because now we know that some of her memory comes from Jen McCabe.
I'm going to ask you to take a look
Which means
at the
it's
entire
not a
document.
memory.
Familiarize yourself with it if you don't mind, including the front page. And don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
She does look a lot worse off on this one than she did the first trial, with no cross-examination the first time. She came across pretty well in trial number 1. I still like her as a witness.
A report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but...
Understood. You may never have seen it, but does it remind you that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
Correct.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
searches.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was, in fact, false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
Were you trying to...
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
Were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Objection.
Form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe, did you begin your response by saying, at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page 83, line 19 of the grand jury. Can I ask you to look at page 83, line 19? Just read it to yourself and the lines that follow. You done?
Was this witness on GMA this morning talking about the case?
When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked
The interview
about
was shot the night before.
what the defendant may have said to Ms. McCabe, or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with, at one point?
Yes.
When you chose the words, at one point, what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify. This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
This is redirect. This
I'm
is
sorry,
Hank
say it again?
After
asking questions.
You found John lying in the snow. Did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again?
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Say it again? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
I'm going to allow that.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people.
Why?
Because it helps me get through, and it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection, please.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
So many objections.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Objection.
Sustained.
That was relevant.
You were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. Okay. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying...
Is it your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, "John's dead, Carrie, Carrie," and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
Yes. She said, "John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself."
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No.
or exaggerate?
No.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it, in fact, broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes.
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
Yes.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
Yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house, actually in the house?
When we took off our shoes in the...
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the background on that.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh.
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
No.
You and Miss
They do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
I see. You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes.
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
She did not.
How do you remember that?
Because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No.
Did you volunteer to be part of this
Yes.
after the call?
Yes.
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house?
Yes.
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No.
Do you know that the portion of the Ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any Ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
No.
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
Say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
This is the same clip over again, right? It's them coming into the house.
Okay.
Now there's an objection. Everybody goes up to the front of the room.
Quiet, folks. Still on the record.
Hush. Hush, y'all. Does anyone know if the recording of the Good Morning America, if that was taped before she was sworn in as under oath as a witness, or if she literally got on television mid-testimony? It makes a difference for me. First of all, I think if GMA called her and said, hey, we realize you're still on the stand, you'll be on the stand again tomorrow, let's talk about the case, that, from a journalism standpoint, is terrible. It was a taped interview. Okay, that's a little better. Oh, my goodness.
This now.
It's sort of presented like, hey, we've got this interview we taped. We'll play it mid-testimony.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
That's better.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's no further questions.
Okay, so recross.
You just asked just a few minutes ago. Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard? Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
What did you misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what your testimony is now?
I heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer.
The dash was
correct?
implied.
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes,
It's like being a
technically.
little bit pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so remember, jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
AJ said that's like being
What
a
do you
little
mean
bit
technically?
pregnant.
Technically, I was under oath, and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it.
And yet under oath...
But I knew it happened at that
and
time.
yet under oath you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie? Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you did.
And
not intentionally.
Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right.
Can I ask one more question?
Okay.
Last
In
one.
that quote, you said, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
I don't recall.
Hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry, Ms. Roberts, you were upset.
Thank you.
May I?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Your Honor, before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Watch it
All
now.
right. Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break.
15 seconds.
And we'll bring you back in and we'll see a 10-second clip. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
That's fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
Jurors, close your books. Jurors got ordered around here like cattle a little bit. You will eat now. You will write notes now. You will stop writing notes now. Okay. I think it would be fair to say that depending on how you view the case, like if you've already made up your mind on this case, you're going to say that the last witness was either very good or very bad. I think it would be fair for me to say that her testimony. How do I say this? There's some questions now. There's some questions
Call
now
from
that we didn't have last time.
Angela.
Angela, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely great.
Yeah. I am. I love Alan Jackson. I mean, he is bringing a whole new heat to the case than the first trial. Seriously. His cross and the way he ended the recross, wow. It's going to ring in very serious, definitely, for a while.
Let me...
Especially when that...
I want to play devil's advocate a little bit and ask you something. But first, I have to say to Honey's mom, congratulations on the 2 years. Woohoo! OG! Okay. Let me say this. We know that Carrie Roberts, her style of answering questions is nearly rapid fire. There's no time to pause. The question's asked, she gives the answer. That's her style. is it not knowing that? Is it not reasonable to say it's reasonable that she just did miss that last, that last bit of the question? We're looking at a transcript, right? It's very possible that there was even an overlap between Mr. Lowley finishing his what if any question and Carrie Roberts in the grand jury giving her answer based on something she knows, and as a lay witness often thinks, I know that because someone told me it happened, so I know it's true. She doesn't know firsthand. She doesn't have firsthand experience or knowledge on that. But is it not reasonable to say, yes, she did misunderstand the question?
I mean, yes and no, but because it's a pretty straightforward question, so I don't know in what scenario she would be misunderstanding that question. Because especially since she did say it, I think, in the first trial. If I remember right, someone correct me if I'm wrong. That she did say that in the first trial, not just on this.
I don't think she did. I think it was just grand jury testimony that she said it, and she wasn't cross-examined on the first one, in the first trial. I think obviously AJ has to get every point he can in this game. He has to go for the points that are especially if there's low-hanging fruit out there where a witness said something that was factually incorrect before under oath. Why would you ignore that? Right? I think AJ has every right to go after that. I just think that the explanation might be something that the jury accepts in this case, given how they saw her. And I mean, even today, she testified that she knew it. AJ didn't say how did you know it, but it's clear that she only knew something because Jen McCabe told her. But in the witness's mind, Carrie Roberts says, I know this happened because Jen told me. Which is not in a court case, that doesn't hold up. That's hearsay. That's not admissible.
No, but can I go back to yesterday before Carrie was put on and Brennan played that clip of Karen? She said, "Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?" and so on and so on. Mm-hmm. But then said, did I say that or was I told that? Yeah. That plus this that she did, was I told? Carrie saying was I told that? Yeah. That's not good for the Commonwealth. That's
right.
bad.
And they took it out of context because out of context it looks really bad for Karen Reed. It's like, whoa, this is practically a signed affidavit of guilt. This is signed confession, but it's not in context. And both sides, I think, are doing that. We watched on defense that just showing the video, the dash cam of after the point where he said that the exchange happened, and it didn't happen there because they're all trying to narrow things down and say in this light, in this narrow view, I want you to see it my way. I think we have to look at it as jurors in the full context from both sides, both prosecution and defense. But I am with you 100%. I like AJ. I love an aggressive cross. I feel terrible for the witnesses, even the ones I don't like. I feel terrible because I would not want to be in their shoes.
I would not love. I have my opinions on ARCA, and on one side, I'm happy that they pushed for Friday to Monday because I'm unable to watch the trial on Friday, so I'll be on the rewatch crew on Friday. I have some other plans that has been a month in the works. So I'm happy to be there on Monday when they do the whole shebang. But I have my opinions regarding Commonwealth, which I am going to hold until Monday or until further notice.
Yeah, there's going to be some great opportunities to beat up the Commonwealth on the investigative side. Oh my goodness, they botched this investigation. It was terrible. And they have to own it. And not only they have to own it, they have to now, agree to it that yes, that happened, but believe us anyway. And the jury is going to be raising some eyebrows.
Speaking of ARCA, reconstruction, and the science, especially Brennan saying, "Oh, I have data and science on my side." I laughed. I seriously laughed when I heard that. it's really funny coming from him. I would say pseudoscience, made up science. You choose your own words, because I talk to friends who have even higher degree than me in physics, and I mean they thought that I was kidding, when I told them. That's the basic facts of that accident, not anything else. No red soul cups, no leaf blowers, nothing else. Yeah. They laughed.
I agree, and that's the problem I have. I've said all along. I think Karen there may have been an impact. She may have hit him with the car, but it could not happen the way the state says it did, and it seems like they're sticking with that same story.
No.
I just, it can't happen. The physics doesn't line up for me on that one. So
no.
Anyway, we'll see how the testimony comes out. We'll see if it's different this time. How they
I am looking forward to barbecue session between Reconstructionists and Alan Jackson.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be spicy. I don't know who this next witness is. I don't think they've announced it, but it does look like Brennan is playing.
Peg.
They did.
Mom.
It's okay. Man, my heart breaks for her.
But I don't know who is after her.
She went through hell, and it still is. And just, it's terrible. It's terrible.
Yeah, and I have to say in advance, I actually may skip her testimony because I'm not really, I don't know if I'm going to watch it at least.
Okay. Well, we're going to watch it. We'll see what happens. We've probably got another out-of-context clip from Karen Reed to be played first, which is about 10 or 15 seconds long. And any second now.
Which brings me to, I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question for lawyers, and you may also know that answer. Can defense bring question? Let's say that 10-15 seconds has a whole minute, and with more context, can defense play in?
You are unmuted.
In their turn.
If she gets up and testifies.
Not in the. Oh.
This is a statement by the defendant, out of court statement. It's hearsay for them. The prosecution can bring it in because it is a statement by a party opponent against interest. So it's admissible for them. The only way defense can bring it is if okay, they're back. We've got to go.
Okay, yes, bye-bye.
We'll see you. Bye.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Gretchen Voss, another witness on the list.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jim and Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's going to be some kind of electric short circuit. There's the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right.
Is it 15?
All right.
I don't think any was found. In
Rather
the
than calling your next witness, who it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes,
Why don't we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books. Put them on your chairs and follow me.
Out you go. Everyone out. Food's here. Nobody stand between the judge and the food. we need to eat. It's a lunch break. We get 40 minutes. That means I've got to quickly make our portal. We're going to jump over to our afternoon session and continue coverage of this gavel to gavel. Wow. There's going to be a lot to talk about tonight on Courtroom Confidential with Josh Ritter. I'm going to be on tonight. We're going to be talking about that. We're also going to be talking a little bit about Lori Vallow. It's going to sort of be an extended Wednesday Night Live. Selena say, can you play the clip? You guys asked for a clip here. Let me show you what, I don't know which part you asked for. Let's see. It was right here. Oh, that was not it. Hang on. We're going to go to source. There we go.
about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. Okay. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement,
when you were being influenced, rewind just a minute. Listen.
Being influenced.
Oh, he stepped in it. That was the one you wanted. When you were being influenced, one more time.
Into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by.
Oh my goodness, that was a oopsie moment. Hank must be smacking himself in the forehead over that one. All right, that was the replay you guys wanted. We got that for you. All right, it's like a little bit of a slip. I did miss a sigh in there somewhere. We should be up to about 27, but I think that sigh was a Was that a replay sigh? I'm going to take it as 27. I think we were at about 27. Sorry about that. Okay, 27's on the counter. We're going to go to lunch. We only have about half an hour. We'll be back at 1:15. I've got a portal built so we can just transition over. And this time I'm going to make sure it's listed publicly and not private. So it should be seamless. There we go. Day 2, part 2. Set up. Greeters. Who's first in chat as well. All right, a quick lunch. Then we're going to be back again this afternoon for more testimony. Mrs. O'Keefe, John's mom's going to be on the stand next. My heart breaks for this lady. When she texted or when she responded to Carrie Roberts when she got the phone call, and she said, "Not again. I can't do this. Not again." She has been through so much loss and so much pain, and just. I hope AJ goes very gentle on her. Let's put it that way. I don't care if there's ground you can gain there. This woman has suffered a lot. There will be other targets. So anyway, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe. To go live at 1:15, and we're going to move on. We're going to move on with the afternoon session as we begin. This is part 2 of day 2 in the Karen Read round 2 trial. Lots of 2s in this one. So we're going to see you guys after lunch. Be good to each other. See you in a bit. Bye-bye.